Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. If you're regular to my channel, you'll know that one of the main philosophies of the channel is your safety. But of course, I'd also like to make you smile as you fall into your sleep tonight. And so I've created a new series. I call this series Incredibly Dull History for Sleep. These are stories where not a lot will happen. And tonight we start with the history of the spoon. I've always loved the humble spoon, and often favor a spoon over a fork, much to my wife's astonishment. Also, let me know in the comments where you are listening tonight and what time it is where you are. Okay, let's do the relaxation session first, which will last until 10 minutes into the video. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support of the bed beneath you, or the floor, or whatever you lie upon tonight. And as you become aware of that support, see if you can become aware of a deeper support, a constant support, the support of the earth, our home, beneath everything, and allow that awareness to enable you to let go, to release, to begin to say goodbye to the day. And if your eyes aren't closed yet, maybe now is a good time to allow them to close. 9. You are safe. Allow my voice to be a friend tonight, to be a guide of kindness, a guide that you can trust, to only ever bring you to safe places in this story or another one. And becoming aware more and more now of that feeling of safety, see if it enables you to let go. 8. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. You are probably still having thoughts arriving in your head, in your mind, and instead of following them, see if you can just observe them and watch them go. Don't fight them. Watch them float away like leaves on a moonlit river, or clouds passing by through a starlit sky. 7. This is your time. You deserve this time. Allow yourself to luxuriate in that fact. Allow yourself to settle into this time now. Know that you deserve rest. We all do. And become aware of your body, where you might be holding tension. Maybe it's in your feet. Maybe it's in your lower legs. Maybe it's in your belly or your hands. Or maybe you're like me and you hold the tension in your face. Just let it all go now. 6. Peace lives within you. I promise you it does. And you can find it tonight. Just begin to let go now. And see, can you find that peace within you? It is there, waiting to be seen, waiting to be heard, waiting to be felt. 5. As you move closer and closer towards deep rest, know that you have nothing to carry right now, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and allow that fact to bring about more rest within you. 4. Perhaps allow a little gratitude now. Gratitude for the simple things, for the shelter you have tonight, for the breath in your body, for the ones you love. 3. Begin to engage with your imagination now. Begin to see the spoon, whether it be a wooden spoon, a metal spoon, or a spoon made from something else. You are about to enter the world and history of the humble spoon. 2. Checking in with your body one more time now. Your body has worked hard for you today. It's time to give it rest. And 1. Completely letting go now, as I tell you tonight's sleep story. Let us begin, not with a bang or a battle, or a declaration of anything remotely exciting, but with a spoon. Yes, the spoon. It is the least dramatic of all eating instruments. It has no edge, no attitude, no prongs or points or mechanisms. It does not slice. It does not dice. It does not twirl unless flung. It is, by design, a quiet curve. And yet, the spoon has outlasted kingdoms. It has outlived dynasties. It has survived the fall of empires, the rise of forks, and the extremely suspicious decade in the 60s when people tried eating everything with sticks. The oldest known spoons, 20,000 years old or thereabouts, were carved from bone and stone and found in burial sites. We don't know the names of the people buried with them, but we do know this. Someone, somewhere, decided they were going into the afterlife with a spoon. That says a lot. No spears, no drums, no flaming swords of glory. Just a scoop, a shallow one probably, and full of grit. But a scoop nonetheless. Early humans may have invented fire, language, and cave painting, but they also invented soup, and thus the spoon. Now, when we say bone spoon, we do not mean that in a poetic or spooky way. We mean literal animal bone, usually shaped to a point at one end and a hollow at the other. It was functional, it was pointy, and some were made of shell, which was a lovely idea in coastal regions, until someone dropped one on a rock and realized that clam shards make terrible cutlery. Still, the concept stuck. Shells, curves, dipping things. This was the dawn of spoon logic. It was, however, a slow dawn. Not many people were writing about spoons yet, but the spoons were there, waiting patiently, which is their natural state. By the time the Egyptians came along, organized, linened, and absolutely obsessed with both the afterlife and eyeliner, spoons had become a proper item. They made them from ivory, wood, and stone, and often decorated them with fish, lotus flowers, and gods with suspiciously intense eye contact. These were used not just for eating, but for mixing perfumes, medicines, and possibly things that should not be mixed at all. One particularly fine spoon, found in Thebes, is shaped like a swimming girl holding a bowl above her head. It's lovely. It's elegant. It's completely impractical. You'd never get through a stew with it. But if you were embalming someone or anointing a cat, it was perfect. The Greeks, as it happens, were not terribly enthusiastic spooners. They preferred using their hands. They liked sharing. They liked passing things from hand to hand and licking olive oil off their wrists in ways that seemed perfectly normal at the time. The Romans, on the other hand, took to spoons like ducks to wine. They had two main kinds: the ligula, a basic tablespoon, and the cochlear, which had a pointy handle for stabbing snails or olives. It was essentially a spoon with ambitions. The cochlear was practical. It was Roman. It said, "Yes, I help you eat this soup, but I will also, if necessary, extract a mollusk from its shell." That's the kind of cutlery that builds an empire. Now, let us briefly mention the Hoxton Horde, which sounds like a pub quiz team, but is actually the greatest Roman silver hoard ever found in Britain. Discovered in 1992 in Suffolk by a man with a metal detector and a fairly optimistic attitude, it contained over 30 silver spoons, many of them inscribed. One said, "Ursicinus owns me." Another said, "Faustinus made me." A third said nothing at all, but had the air of someone who'd seen things. We do not know why the hoard was buried. Some say it was to protect it from raiders. Others suggest it was hidden and then forgotten, which would be terribly Roman. All silver, no map. A particularly odd Roman habit was to pair a spoon with a small pointed implement. Some archaeologists say this was for snails. Others say it was ceremonial. Still others say, "We've no idea, but let's call it religious and hope nobody checks." That's the beautiful thing about ancient artifacts. If you can't explain them, you simply say ritual use and move on with confidence. It's how we ended up with entire museum rooms full of things labeled possibly a spoon or ceremonial object of unknown ceremonial purpose. After the Romans left Britain in the early 5th century, things got cold, muddy, and generally less spoonful. The Anglo-Saxons did use spoons, but they did not write love letters to them or bury them in golden hoards. They mostly used wood, horn, or bone. One spoon, found in Kent, was tucked into a woman's grave and made of cattle bone. No inscription, no decoration, just a quiet little scoop. There's something rather lovely about that. No one said, "This is a sacred spoon," but someone still put it in her hand. Meanwhile, far away, the Byzantines were getting elaborate. Their spoons were silver, sometimes gold, and often engraved with peacocks, saints, and architectural flourishes that made you feel vaguely guilty if you slurped too loudly. The levita, a liturgical spoon still used today in Eastern Orthodox communion, was already in service. It was used to deliver both bread and wine in one motion, which is efficient and slightly nerve-wracking. One sip too many, and you've had most of Lent in a mouthful. And here, at last, we come to the monks. Ah yes, the monks. If you are imagining solemn, bald men with spoons tucked into their robes, you are not wrong. In the great kitchens of Cluny, Monte Cassino, and Lindisfarne, spoons were not personal property. They were monastic issue, like sandals or silence. You were given one upon arrival and expected to return it upon death, unless your behavior warranted early confiscation. Monks did not slurp. Monks did not double dip. Monks ate in silence, in long stone halls, where you could hear the sound of soup being consumed from 30 paces away. Talking was forbidden, but reading was allowed. Scripture usually read aloud by one monk while the others ate. Imagine the pressure of being the soup reader. Now, if one is to understand the spoon habits of monks, one must first understand monks, which is to say, a monk is a man who gives up the noisy world and chooses instead a life of order, silence, humility, and turnips. The rule of Saint Benedict, written in the 6th century, governed nearly every aspect of monastic life. When to sleep, when to pray, when to eat, when not to eat, and when to feel guilty about enjoying the eating. It did not say much about spoons, but it didn't have to. The spoon was folded into the daily rhythm like a comma in a psalm, quietly present and entirely obedient. Each monk had a bowl, a spoon, a bit of bread. That was the system. That was lunch. At Cluny Abbey, one of the largest and most influential monasteries of the Middle Ages, meals were taken in utter silence. A single monk, chosen weekly, would stand at a lectern and read aloud while the others ate. It was supposed to be scripture, but some readers slipped in a bit of Cicero just to liven things up. The clinking of a spoon against a bowl was not forbidden, but it was frowned upon. One monk, according to a letter now held in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, was moved to tears by the constant tapping of Brother Guy's spoon, which struck the ear like a dull bell of gluttony. Brother Guy was reassigned to outdoor sweeping, where he was less of a menace. Monks were not allowed to own personal property, and this included spoons. Spoons were shared. They were cleaned thoroughly, usually, and passed from one monk to another. Some were made of horn, some of wood. The nicer ones, pewter or silver, were reserved for guests, high-ranking visitors and abbots who had recently completed a particularly long and punishing Lent. There is a surviving pewter spoon from Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire. It is plain, practical, and shaped very slightly like a trout. No one knows why. It has a dent in the handle and was found beneath the floorboards of the refectory, along with 2 buttons, a ceramic chicken's head, and what may be the end of a broom. This is how monks disappear from history, not in flame or legend, but under a floorboard with a spoon. A story is told, somewhat dubiously, but it appears in 3 separate 13th century sources, of a Cistercian monk who grew too attached to his spoon. He was known as Brother Alan, or Alan of the Bowl, and he began requesting the same spoon at every meal. He said it sat better in his hand, that it stirred more cleanly, that it made the lentil broth taste of distant pears. At first, The others humored him, but then he began polishing the spoon before meals, wrapping it in cloth. Once, it was found on his pillow. The abbot intervened. The spoon was removed and placed in storage. Brother Alan said nothing. He took to eating with his hands, but slowly, reverently, as though imagining the spoon was still there. Years later, after his death, they found a spoon-shaped hollow worn into the pocket of his robe, and next to it, tucked in the hem, a small slip of parchment that simply read, "In this spoon, peace." All of this may seem overly dramatic for such a humble tool, but remember, monks did not drink wine at feasts. They did not go hunting. They did not have arguments over wallpaper. Their lives were small, regulated, and serious. The spoon was, in some ways, the last private moment of the day. It was the monk's pause, his one soft indulgence. And in some orders, the spoon had a name, not officially, but in the kitchen rolls of Abbé de Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire, there is a margin note next to the word cochlearium. Sister Marie uses Henrietta. No one knows whether Sister Marie was a cook, a guest, or a scribe having a very long day, but there it is, Henrietta the spoon, saintly, serviceable, slightly bent. Let's leave the monks now for a while, and go back in time again. Let us return for a moment to the Greeks, because we dismissed them far too quickly last time, and they are not a people easily dismissed. It is true that ancient Greeks were not spoon enthusiasts in the way we might have hoped. They preferred their fingers, or bread, or occasionally the fingers of others, especially at symposia, where the food was shared and the wine flowed, until conversation turned to philosophy or minor arm wrestling. And yet, spoons did exist. Not many, not often, but they appear in archaeological digs, bronze or silver usually, and almost always tiny. These were likely used for medicines or cosmetics rather than meals, which tells you something about Greek priorities: health, beauty, and communal hummus. One such spoon was found in a physician's grave in Delphi. It was barely the size of a thumbprint. engraved with what appears to be a snake, or possibly a very nervous eel. Scholars debate whether it was used for applying balm or measuring doses of powdered something. Either way, it was precise. It was personal. It was, dare we say it, specialist spoonery. And then there were the Romans, a people who knew how to throw a banquet and take a nap mid-sentence. The Romans took spoons more seriously than the Greeks, as I think I might have said earlier, but only just. Roman banquets were elaborate, layered affairs. The meal could last 6 hours. They reclined on couches. They were fed delicacies like dormice, honeyed dates, and occasionally things they could not identify, but praised enthusiastically to avoid looking provincial. Spoons were used, but sparingly. A good Roman eater would show skill by handling most food with hands and bread, saving the spoon for sauces or whatever was still moving. The spoon, in other words, was not the main event. It was the quiet understudy, always ready, never demanding. That said, Roman spoons were beautifully made. Some were silver, some bronze, some bone for the less extravagant. There are records, actual Roman farming manuals, describing how to feed your snails on milk and wine to plump them up before dinner. And naturally, the spoon was the tool of choice when retrieving them from their shells. Now, imagine this. It is evening in Pompeii, and a Roman merchant named Publius is reclining in his garden, swirling wine and staring at a small snail poised delicately in his cochlear. He hesitates. The snail hesitates. The spoon, as always, waits. And then Mount Vesuvius erupts, which is why we still have the spoon. If you ever find yourself in a Roman museum, and you should, they're lovely and full of very serious people staring thoughtfully at broken pots, go to the cutlery section. Look for the spoons. They are often overlooked, sitting quietly behind the fibulae, brooches, and the oil lamps. But they are there. Now, let's meander back into the future. Not too far. Let's go to the Renaissance, or if you're from other parts of the world, you might say Renaissance. This was a time of big ideas, bold discoveries, dramatic paintings, and an absolutely terrifying amount of ruffles. It was also when the spoon began to reappear, not just in monasteries and medicine cabinets, but at courtly banquets, and in the hands of people who considered dining a performance. The fork was still controversial, more on that later, but the spoon had earned its place. A curved bowl, a handle of silver or mother of pearl, a whisper of ornamentation, something you could rest beside a tureen and feel faintly superior. In Italy, spoons were made with twisted handles and gold filigree. In France, they were engraved with coats of arms. In England, they were practical but proud, often gifted at baptisms or engraved with dates and names. A silver spoon for a new child was a symbol of care, and if you could afford a full set, you were doing very well indeed. The Renaissance, for all its brilliance, was a rather complicated time to sit down for dinner. One needed not only an appetite, but posture, polish, and a highly evolved sense of restraint. By the 1500s, the aristocracy had turned dining into a kind of theatre. Tables were long, servants plentiful, and courses never-ending. And while fingers were still very much in use, the spoon had begun to rise in status, particularly in France and Italy. If you were lucky, or unfortunately ambitious, you might be invited to dine with nobility. You would sit among painted ceilings and flickering candlelight, and in front of you would be a bowl of soup and a spoon so beautiful it dared you not to use it incorrectly. You see, Renaissance spoons weren't just curved bits of metal. They were engraved. They were twisted. They were, on more than one occasion, carved to resemble angels, serpents, or the family dog. There were rules for spoon use, though they were rarely written down. These rules were passed on in whispers and glares. Don't raise the spoon above eye level. Don't slurp. Don't scrape the bottom of the bowl, even if the soup was unfairly shallow. And for heaven's sake, don't hold it like a shovel. That was for peasants and musicians. One Italian etiquette manual from 1558, written by Giovanni della Casa, suggests that one should eat silently and without unseemly gestures, with the spoon held as though it were an extension of modesty itself. If modesty had a handle and a gentle concave bowl, this would have been good advice. In France, Catherine de' Medici, originally from Florence, brought Italian refinement to the French court, including the increased use of individual cutlery. While she's often credited with popularizing the fork, she also encouraged more polished spoon etiquette. According to court records, guests at her table were expected to arrive with their own utensils, ideally in a fitted pouch. This pouch might contain a knife, spoon, and a little pick for various unmentionable tasks. You were expected to turn away while using it. These kits were called cadena, and they were worn on the belt, like a holster for broth. Spoons in the Renaissance were sometimes given as gifts, not just at christenings. There are records of courtiers exchanging spoons engraved with poetry or small Latin phrases, tiny declarations of love, loyalty, or gentle revenge. One Venetian merchant gave his rival a spoon inscribed with ut ego te recoquiam, Latin for so that I may reboil you. It was meant to be witty. The rival responded with a spoon engraved Noli me tangere nisi per sales. Do not touch me, except with seasoning. Their feud lasted 17 years and ended when they were both taxed into oblivion. And now we cross the sea. The Renaissance arrives in England and Ireland, but as with many things, it arrives a bit damp and slightly annoyed. In 16th century England, spoons had finally begun to settle into the domestic drawer. The nobility used silver. The gentry used pewter. The poor used wood, or, if desperate, crusty bread, shaped into a sort of edible scoop. In country houses, spoons were often shared. At meals, you might be handed one by a servant with a cloth, and it was understood that this spoon had a long, mysterious past. It had lived in several mouths. It had seen cabbage it would rather forget. You accepted it with dignity. In wealthier homes, though, personal spoons were becoming fashionable. There are records of families commissioning sets of spoons with initials, crests, or even tiny rhymes on the handles. One Elizabethan woman, Lady Edith Devonish, reportedly had 12 silver spoons with the following phrases etched on them, one per spoon. Eat not too fast. Speak not with food. Praise the cook, even if you must lie. He who scrapes the bowl shall marry late, and so on. No one knows what happened to the spoons, but Lady Edith died at 94, with no fewer than 4 husbands, all of whom, presumably, learned to eat soup very slowly. In Ireland, my homeland, things were a little different. While the English court was perfecting its etiquette, Irish households, particularly rural ones, remained simpler and more practical in their spoon habits. Spoons were usually made of wood, sometimes ash or blackthorn, carved by hand and often passed down through generations. There is a reference in the Annals of the Four Masters to a chieftain who carried a currach spoonog, a spoon of the boat, used for stirring both porridge and seaweed stew. It was said to be lucky, or at least less unlucky than most other spoons. These spoons were seldom fancy, but they were personal. You did not take another man's spoon. You did not carve a new one lightly, and if your spoon broke, you might wrap it in cloth and keep it anyway, just in case your luck was tied to the handle. In rural 17th century Ireland, the spoon was more than a utensil. It was part of the house, part of the hearth, part of the day. It hung by the fire, or sat in a drawer beside the salt, or nestled quietly among dried herbs and the odd holy metal. The wood darkened over time, the bowl thinned, the handle curved slightly to one side, usually from years of being pressed into thick barley porridge and stirred without mercy. Now, these were not decorative spoons. They had no embellishment, no carving, no inscription, but they were loved. A spoon belonged to a person, the way a dog might. It went where they went. It ate what they ate. It was not borrowed without discussion. There are accounts, mostly oral, of wakes where the deceased's spoon was placed in their hands or tucked into their burial clothes, not because they'd need it necessarily, but because it felt wrong to separate them. The spoon had earned its rest too. A wonderful little piece of folklore from the county of Kerry tells of a woman named Mora Spillane, who claimed her wooden spoon could predict the weather. If it floated in the stew pot, she said, it would be a fine day. If it sank, rain was coming. And if it vanished altogether, she suspected one of her brothers had taken it out back to stir pig mash. Mora's spoon had a knot near the top of the handle and a chip on one side, which she insisted looked like St. Bridget if you squinted and had some imagination. She kept it hanging on a nail above the hearth, and once refused a proposal from a suitor who called it a bit worn. "It may be worn," she replied, "but it's never lied to me." Meanwhile, back across the Irish Sea in 17th century England, the spoon was entering its respectability phase. This was the era of silver hallmarks, of careful weighing, and of records, endless records, about who owned what, when, and how much it was worth. Spoons were often listed in wills, sometimes with precise descriptions. One man left his nephew 24 silver spoons, the plainer set, and another left his niece the good spoon with the apostle on top and the cheerful bend. It was around this time that spoon sets began to appear in earnest, not matching by modern standards, but grouped by owner or occasion. A set of 12 might be kept for guests. Another, smaller set might be used for travel, funerals, or visiting relatives with questionable taste in meat. There were even people, or rather fidgety ones, who began to collect spoons. One of the earliest documented spoon collectors was Sir Thomas Harewood, a minor nobleman with weak knees and strong opinions about teaspoons. He kept a display cabinet of them in his home in Suffolk, and was known to corner dinner guests with lengthy speeches about the curvature of 1602 versus 1614 handles. He once refused to sell a spoon bearing the arms of James I, even when offered a horse and a small cottage in Kent. His reason? This one has a bowl that understands soup. He died in 1681. The spoons were catalogued by a local curate, who described the collection as moderately impressive and entirely unnecessary. Hallmarks on English silver spoons were regulated by the Worshipful Company of Goldsmiths, which sounds like a guild of wizards, but was in fact very keen on stamping tiny animals onto silver objects. The lion passant meant sterling quality. The leopard's head meant London. A date letter was added for each year, which meant that by 1650, your average household spoon looked like it had been to a very small, extremely important tattoo parlor. Some people collected spoons based purely on their hallmarks. They squinted at them by candlelight. They whispered about fakes. They argued about whether the leopard looked smug enough to be authentic. It was the early stirrings of what we now call eBay behavior. Let us go now to France in the late 1600s, to the grand and glistening court of Louis XIV, the so-called Sun King, who famously said, "L'état, c'est moi." The state, it's me, and once threw an entire banquet just to prove that he could digest asparagus in public. At Versailles, table manners were warfare in disguise. The placement of cutlery was code. The way one handled one's spoon could win favor or cause scandal. A poorly angled elbow could cost you a dukedom, and while much has been written about Louis's fashion, architecture, and hair, not enough has been said about his spoons. They were exquisite. Silver, yes. Gold, often. Decorated with fleur-de-lis, crowned initials, or scenes of mythical restraint, Diana refusing soup, that sort of thing. Now, spoons at Versailles were not just for eating. They were status markers, like lapdogs or mistresses. To be handed a spoon with your own initials engraved meant you had been noticed. To be handed a plain spoon meant you were barely furniture. Spoons were part of the etiquette arsenal, a tool, a signal, a performance. There is a record of one nobleman being reprimanded for holding his spoon in a style more suited to ditch digging, and another who fainted after dropping his into a bowl of consommé and splashing a marquis. It was said that the king himself, who reportedly dined in public so his courtiers could watch and feel intimidated, once refused to eat soup until a new spoon had been brought. The original one had a handle that slightly implied mockery. For all the pomp, however, the French were early adopters of cutlery as personal property. A well-bred guest often arrived at dinner with their own utensils in a small embroidered case. These sets, known as nécessaires, contained a knife, fork, spoon, and occasionally a tiny implement for, well, let's say, delicate grooming, and move on politely. These personal spoons were often gifts. A young noblewoman might receive one from a suitor, engraved with a motto or a subtle plea. Soup aujourd'hui, mariage demain. Soup today, marriage tomorrow. Whether this ever worked is unrecorded. By the time of Louis XV and Louis XVI, spoons had settled into more standardized shapes. The French Rococo period, with its curls and flourishes and relentless love of detail, gave rise to spoons that looked like they had been made by bored cherubs in a thunderstorm. The handles were twisted, the bowls were scalloped. Some were so heavily decorated that one wonders how any soup survived the journey from bowl to mouth. Still, these were considered the height of refinement. Guests praised the spoon's elegance, even as they missed their mouths entirely. Flattery mattered more than accuracy, and those who dabbed their chins with embroidered napkins did so as they thought they were participating in a slow and noble dance. Now, let us cross the channel once more and arrive gracefully, with minimal splashing, into the world of Georgian England, a land of powdered wigs, polished silver, and dinner tables longer than most modern marriages. It was called Georgian England, by the way, because of the fact there were so many King Georges in a row. And here, the spoon had become an institution. No longer just an eating tool or a christening gift. The spoon was now a social compass. The type of spoon you used, the way you used it, and, crucially, where it was placed on the table, were all signals to others about your breeding, your wealth, and whether or not you were likely to say something embarrassing about trade. A formal Georgian dinner could consist of 3 courses and 36 dishes, many of which arrived cold, confusing, or in jelly. The spoons used were not all the same. There were soup spoons, cream spoons, mustard spoons, and egg spoons, not to mention the mysterious marrow spoon, which had a long, narrow handle designed for extracting, well, marrow. One could impress simply by knowing which spoon went with which dish. One could disgrace oneself by using the mustard spoon for the syllabub. It happened. It was whispered about. And once, according to a letter preserved in a Norfolk estate archive, a young man used a dessert spoon for hare pie and was asked to take his pudding in the servants' hallway until he had, quote, reflected upon his actions, end quote. Now, the Georgians also loved collecting spoons, but in a new way. They didn't just treasure silver ones, they displayed them. In genteel homes, you might find a spoon board, a wooden panel with rows of little holes, where the family's best spoons were slotted in like medals. Each one bore a hallmark, a lion, a crown, a date letter, a maker's mark. Visitors were expected to admire these quietly while sipping weak tea and pretending to care. If you were especially wealthy, you might have a spoon rack with glass doors. These were never opened. The spoons inside were purely ceremonial, like peacocks or Parliament. Now, let's take our spoon time machine to Victorian England, which was a time of great seriousness and great silliness, often at the same time. People mourned for 7 years, then threw jelly parties. They wrote funeral poetry in the morning and went to musical teacup races in the evening. It was a society deeply concerned with manners, order, and cutlery, especially cutlery that came in sets of 12, gleamed unnecessarily, and had separate drawers. This was the golden age of spoons. They were mass-produced, electroplated, boxed, collected, gifted, dropped, engraved, and sold door to door. There were spoons for breakfast, spoons for dessert, spoons for bonbons, ice cream, mustard, caviar, jelly, and for reasons no one entirely remembers, asparagus. The Victorians didn't invent the spoon, as you know, but they did invent the idea of having far too many spoons and insisting on using the wrong one being a social death. One etiquette manual published in 1865 solemnly advised, "A dinner guest of standing will know that a round-bowled spoon is not to be used for fruit fools or syllabubs, lest he be regarded as altogether rustic." A fruit fool, for those blessed enough not to know, is a sort of whipped cream and mashed berry mixture that looks like regret, but tastes like childhood. A syllabub is much the same, except more jiggly and with a tendency to collapse under pressure. Both required spoons, special ones. Now, let us pause briefly, very briefly, on the subject of the pudding spoon. Pudding, in Victorian England, did not mean what it means today. It was not a single dessert. It was every dessert. Plum pudding, suet pudding, sponge pudding, boiled, steamed, baked, drowned in custard, soaked in brandy, or filled with things that did not deserve to be eaten but somehow became traditional. The pudding spoon had a larger bowl than a dessert spoon, but was slightly smaller than a soup spoon. It was used only for soft desserts, and was not to be confused with the custard spoon, which had a shorter handle, or the compote spoon, which came with an almost criminal amount of flourish. Now, to illustrate the gravity of all this, let us consider the case of Mrs. Ethel Habington of Tunbridge Wells, who, in 1889, hosted a luncheon for her women's literary circle. Her niece, a bright girl named Agnes, was given the honour of serving syllabub. She did so with a mustard spoon. No one said anything. No one needed to. The silence at the table was so absolute that one could hear the syllabub sighing. Mrs. Habington later described the incident in her diary as a moment of quiet ruin. Agnes married into the clergy the following year and was never seen at dessert again. Spoons became part of the gift economy during the Victorian period. A baby received a silver spoon, as they had done in the past, often engraved. A bride received a boxed set. A guest might be handed a souvenir spoon from a visit to Harrogate, complete with an enamelled image of a mineral spring, and the suggestion that one had consumed sulphur water voluntarily. By the late 1800s, souvenir spoons were booming. They were small, affordable, and utterly impractical. Some had the Eiffel Tower on the handle. Others showed Queen Victoria's face in full glower. Americans loved them. One man in Boston reportedly collected over 2,000, most of which he displayed in his hallway, where they rattled ominously every time someone walked past. His daughter eventually sold them all to a dentist who appreciated the shapes. Now, let us drift gently and without looking behind us into the realm of folklore and superstition, for spoons, humble though they seem, have long been thought to whisper secrets about fate. In parts of rural England, particularly Devon and Norfolk, it was said that if a spoon fell to the ground during a meal, a visitor would soon arrive. The nature of the spoon's bowl determined the nature of the visitor. If it landed face up, it was someone friendly. face down, someone demanding. Sideways meant it was your sister. There is an old Irish belief, mostly found in County Clare and Mayo, that a girl who drops her spoon twice in the same day will be married before the year is out. If she drops it 3 times, she is advised to stop setting foot near the cutlery drawer for fear of attracting the wrong kind of attention. In Scotland, children were sometimes given a carved spoon to sleep with, especially during storms. One such spoon, housed in the Museum of Childhood in Edinburgh, has tiny notches on the handle, each, it said, carved after a night without dreams. No one knows what happened when the notches ran out, but the child who owned it went on to become a teacher, which may, in its way, be a kind of destiny. Even more curiously, there was a belief in some parts of Lancashire that if you stirred your tea anti-clockwise, your spoon would steal your luck. Now, this, of course, is nonsense. But it was taken seriously by at least one man, Mr. Horace Blundell, who was said to have changed his entire life after accidentally stirring his tea the wrong way. He sold his business, moved to Bognor Regis, and spent the rest of his days painting seagulls. His paintings were not good, but he was very happy, and he always stirred clockwise. Now to Wales, and the Welsh love spoon is one of the most enduring and beautiful spoon traditions in the world. It began as a courtship ritual, simple, sincere, and usually involving someone with a pocket knife, an excess of patience, and quite a lot of unspoken emotion. The idea was this: a young man would carve a spoon from a single piece of wood and present it to the woman he hoped to marry. The spoon was not meant for eating. It was decorative, symbolic, and often painfully detailed. It might include hearts for love, wheels for support, locks for fidelity, bells for weddings, and occasionally balls in cages, which represented children, or a general sense of future entrapment. The earliest known love spoon dates to 1667 and is housed today in the National Museum of Wales. It has 2 bowls, joined by intricate lattice work, the meaning of which is still debated. Some say it means, "We are joined forever." Others say it means, "I had time." What's clear is that these spoons were acts of devotion. They weren't made quickly. Some took weeks or months to carve. Mistakes couldn't be sanded out or glued back. Every curve, notch, and flourish had to be planned. The spoon had to say something the carver could not. It was often given without words. You simply handed it over. If she accepted it, you were in. If she returned it, well, let's just say it became a spoon for stirring paint in the shed. There's a charming and slightly tragic story from Pembrokeshire of a love spoon carved by a man named Ifor Glynn, who made his living as a thatcher. He carved a spoon for a local girl, Caris, according to the tale, with hearts, a twisted stem, and 2 doves joined at the handle. But before he could give it to her, another man proposed, one with land and a 3-legged pig, which was considered a sign of wealth. The pig, not the legs. Ifor, undeterred, gave the spoon away. Caris accepted it, and while she still married the other man, she kept the spoon in a drawer all her life. Her granddaughter later gave it to a museum, where it now sits with a little plaque that reads, "He carved what he could." Love spoons weren't just for courtship either. They were sometimes given between friends or family, often during farewells. A sailor leaving for sea, a son going to find work, a girl entering service in a big house far away. The spoon said, "I'm thinking of you. I remember you. Come back." And in at least one documented case, it said, "Don't marry that cooper in Brecon. He's got a temper and strange shoes." But that may be folklore layered on top of folklore, which is the best kind. Now, before we leave the world of folklore, let's stir in a few final superstitions. See what I did there? Those small beliefs that stick to spoons like syrup to a drawer. Sorry. In Yorkshire, it was once said that if 2 people stirred a pot with the same spoon in one day, they'd soon quarrel. The solution? One had to walk backward around the kitchen while humming. This, according to tradition, unmixed the quarrel. In Cornwall, a spoon laid across the top of a teacup was considered a sign that the drinker was holding back a secret. More than one spinster aunt was rumoured to have received a marriage proposal this way, entirely through the geometry of cutlery. And in Brittany, a region of France with deep Celtic roots, there is a tradition of hanging a spoon above a newborn's crib, not for eating, but for protection. A curved bit of birch or ash to catch the bad dreams before they reach the child. it was changed every month, or after a particularly noisy night. Let us now move to well-known people and their, well, slightly contrived associations with spoons. We'll begin with Winston Churchill, who once said, "My tastes are simple. I am easily satisfied with the best." This included silver spoons. Churchill dined lavishly when he could, but he was also known for preferring a particular spoon when eating his breakfast eggs, one with a slightly deeper bowl and a thicker neck. According to valet accounts, if it wasn't laid out properly, the entire mood of the morning could shift. Was it superstition, habit, or simply that he found the right spoon and refused to go back? In war and in eggs, he had strong preferences. Queen Elizabeth I, who was the first English monarch known to have owned a fork, but was still deeply attached to her spoons. In 1572, she was gifted a set of silver-gilt spoons with apostle heads, early versions of the ceremonial kind later given at christenings. One had St. John with a chalice, another St. Peter with a key. These spoons were kept in her private dining chamber and used during fasts and solemn meals. Legend says she once refused a particularly ornate fork from Venice because the spoon does not offend the Lord, though it may be that she simply disliked spaghetti. Then we have Napoleon Bonaparte, who was not only short of temper, but also, on one notable occasion, short of spoons. During his campaign in Egypt, Napoleon dined with several officers and reportedly became frustrated when his spoon, a beautifully crafted silver piece he had brought from France, was misplaced. He ate with a piece of flatbread instead, declaring it the superior implement of the East. The spoon was later found in a saddlebag, wrapped in maps. His servant was promoted for returning it unharmed. The spoon now sits in a small museum in Corsica, although some believe it to be a replica. Either way, the incident was recorded in a captain's journal under the heading Cutlery Trouble, Alexandria. On a more artistic note, Virginia Woolf, in her letters and diaries, occasionally mentioned a spoon that belonged to her mother, a small mother-of-pearl handled piece that she kept on her writing desk in her later years. She claimed it helped her think. Whether she stirred tea with it or simply tapped it against paper is unclear, but the spoon appeared in her correspondence as a comfort, a charm, a small totem of her childhood. In a letter to her sister Vanessa, she once wrote, "The pearl spoon is missing again, and with it, half my concentration." It was later found tucked inside a volume of Thomas Browne, which may explain something about the waves, but we leave that to the scholars. And let us not forget George Washington, who inherited a number of silver spoons from his half-brother's estate, most of them engraved with initials and well used by the time they reached Mount Vernon. In his household ledgers, Washington noted spoons as often as livestock. One particular note reads, "Spoons, 4 of fine make, 2 lost by the river." It's unclear whether the river took them during a meal or a move, but the loss was enough to be recorded. This is perhaps the most restrained example of early American spoon grief on record. And we must also mention Albert Einstein, who was not especially attached to spoons, but who did reportedly eat soup every single day in his later years, often from the same bowl, using the same spoon in exactly the same way. It is said he would sometimes become lost in thought mid-meal, the spoon pausing in the air while equations played behind his eyes. His housekeeper once remarked, "When he stops moving the spoon, the world gets stranger." The spoon is still in the Einstein archives. It is a plain German-made piece, with nothing special about it, except, perhaps, that it once helped feed the mind that bent time. Now, back to the history of the spoon, and we move closer to the present day. The early 1900s saw the rise of the middle-class cutlery drawer, a relatively new invention. In previous centuries, spoons were stored in racks, boxes, rolls of cloth, or in the actual soup pot, because no one had time for formality after 6 hours in a field. But the modern home, particularly in Britain, America, and parts of Northern Europe, began to place great value on order, matching sets, and polished metal. This was the age of catalogues. You could order a 12-piece cutlery set by post, complete with a bonus cake fork, and it would arrive in a box so rigid and velvety it felt like you were adopting jewelry. The stainless steel spoon had arrived. Now let us take a moment to thank Harry Brearley, a metallurgist from Sheffield, England, who in 1913 discovered a type of steel resistant to rust. He had no intention of revolutionizing spoons. He was working on gun barrels, but that's history for you. You try to make a weapon and accidentally invent the salad server. Stainless steel cutlery exploded in popularity during the 1920s and 30s. It was durable, shiny, and required almost no polishing, which delighted housewives and horrified those still clinging to the tarnished dignity of silver. It also meant that spoons, once scarce and special, became commonplace. A house might now have dozens, enough to lose them, enough to forget where they came from, enough for one to live under the fridge for 6 years before being discovered and blamed on a guest. Meanwhile, in America, the souvenir spoon craze of the 19th century carried on into the 20th with ever more creative designs. The Wright brothers got a spoon. Eleanor Roosevelt got several. There are spoons for state fairs, moon landings, Las Vegas casinos, and the Titanic, though that one was somewhat tactless in timing. Some people collected them, some people gifted them, and some people, like Mrs. Geraldine Nesbit of Omaha, had a rotating display of over 400 souvenir spoons arranged in a spinning carousel which she called the Silver Whirl of Memories. Her children were not permitted to touch it. Her husband was not permitted to speak of it, and when she died, she left it to her dentist. The First and Second World Wars changed spoon culture yet again. In both Britain and Germany, metal rationing meant many homes reverted to using wooden spoons, not just for cooking, but for eating too. Soldiers often carried a single spoon with them through the entire war, echoing the past in a way. It became part of their kit, like a helmet or a lucky charm. In the trenches, spoons were used for stirring tea, shoveling stew, digging, yes, digging, tapping on tins to pass time, and once, in one recorded case, as a makeshift letter opener. Many veterans kept their wartime spoons for life. Some passed them to children. One man in Essex reportedly insisted on using his trench spoon for every meal until the age of 96. In hospitals, the spoon became a symbol of comfort and care. From the 1950s onwards, curved-handled feeding spoons were developed for those with disabilities or tremors, and heat-sensitive baby spoons appeared on the market for new mothers who feared burning their children's tongues. There was a brief trend in the 1970s for ergonomic spoons, which were said to mimic the natural shape of the human mouth. They were rarely agreed upon. One reviewer claimed his ergonomic spoon made yogurt feel like it had opinions. And then there was the spoon-bending phenomenon. In the 1970s, a man named Uri Geller appeared on television and claimed to bend spoons with his mind. Millions of people tried it at home. There were spoon parties, spoon workshops, and at least one incident in which an entire cafe ran out of usable cutlery during a group meditation. Skeptics were not impressed. Magicians explained how it was done. Scientists sighed deeply. But Geller's influence stuck. To this day, mention the word spoon to anyone of a certain generation, and they may raise one eyebrow and say, "Ah, yes, the mind." By the end of the 20th century, spoons had appeared in space. NASA used magnetic spoons. On album covers, Hello, Spoon the Band. In political speeches, Winston Peters once used one to explain economic stagnation. And in the hands of millions of toddlers who hurled them across high chairs with the joyful rage of miniature Vikings. The spoon, long a symbol of nourishment and humility, was now also an icon of convenience, design, and the universal human truth that no one knows where the good teaspoon goes when it vanishes from the drawer. And so we followed the spoon from caves to castles, from monks to monarchs, from polished halls to plastic trays. We've watched it shift shape, gather meaning, lose it, and gain it again in the quiet corners of daily life. We've held it in superstition, in ceremony, in habit, in hand. So now, as the world gets quieter and the drawer closes once more, let us wind things down. Perhaps what makes the spoon so enduring, so quietly beloved, is that it never tried to be anything else. The knife was violent. The fork was argumentative. The spork was, confused. But the spoon was content to hold what it was given and carry it where it needed to go. It is, and always has been, a companion. It asks nothing. It sharpens nothing. It simply arrives, scoops, lifts, and returns, like a loyal friend with a curved back and no opinion. Even now, in the hum of modern kitchens and cafes, the spoon remains in drawers, in jars, in pockets, stirring soups, scooping sugar, measuring, tasting, tapping, waiting. It sits on saucers beside mugs, or balances on the edge of pans. It disappears into lunch boxes and emerges in sandpits. It gets lost in bags and rediscovered just at the right moment. And somehow, despite everything, it still matters. Perhaps you have a favorite spoon, not your best one, not your newest one, the one you always reach for, the one with the scratch, the slight bend, the one that somehow feels more right than the others. That's the spoon that stays. It may not be made of silver, it may not be engraved, but it has stirred something good once or twice, and that is enough. So now, as you rest, wherever you are, think of all the spoons that have come and gone, through hands and homes and history. The ones carved in caves, the ones dropped at Versailles, the ones buried beside a sleeping soldier, the ones washed and dried and placed just so in the drawer. They've all done their work, quietly, reliably, beautifully. And now, like them, you can rest too. And if you still happen to be listening, maybe you've listened over a few nights, maybe you're about to listen again, but at some point, tell me about your favorite spoon and what your favorite food is to eat with it. Good night, my friend.